Oh, you okay there, Bear? Okay there? Where did I get that? Let's think about it. Don't need gigantic ones. It's as long as the volume sign and an array. It just builds up, doesn't it? 3D, da-da-da-da-da-da. What could I do with overs? What was it? It was over there. Oh, wow. That must have been here right there. Oh, there it is. How many of those have they got? What's that one like? Yeah. That one, yeah, because that size. That one, that size. That one, that size. Just trying to look at this from a perspective of design. So I'm thinking of doing a sub. I don't know why. I gotta blame the deep. It's all on the deep. So 7 inches on those shallow profile ones. I could fit one down there on the floor, bomb. Another one over that side on the floor. One a little bit higher up on the side wall here, but 7 inches. It's just a fraction, but would it be a distraction? Would it be a visual distraction? I don't think it won't be any distraction for the video projector. Would it be a visual? So, yeah, tune the frequency a little different-ish. How much of the feel of it would be versus several, but even if they're on one of them, just on hearing it, just resonates a little bit, and some of it going a bit airborne, and other parts kind of resonating at a certain frequency, but not probably all of the frequencies, because it will dissipate. Some of the energy would be. Yeah, Bear. Hey, Bear. Oh. Hey, Bear. Hey, Bear. Hey, Bear. Oh. Oh, things over, Mr. Bear. Hey. Oh. Oh. A little rub there. Go on, Scoop. You won't fit under there, Bear. No, you won't fit under there. You can't crawl under. Get up here. Hey. You want to go out again? Thinking of a difference of a multi-subway array, something a little different, but yeah, thing is, how much of it would work? Do I get deeper boxes for the? I mean, how deep are those boxes? I just got to check the size of those. Otherwise, the shallow profiles are not too bad. 15-inch at the back. Of course, got to look for a driver to go in there, a suitable driver. So, what depth is that? What depth is it? Is it too deep or? I like the way that feels, but the trouble is, it's not uniform. Putting a single little boxy or car sub boxy behind the seat on the back row, it's not uniform. I know where it's coming from, literally down behind the seat, but it's got a narrow range. Doesn't sound, of course I put the rest of the sound up on the stage, and then it's got to be uniform. The trouble is, when walking in and then standing on the concrete floor, it takes quite a lot of energy to do that. That's why it's got to be a wooden floor. I'll give that some thought. I'll give that some sort of thought. Might be a little trick way round that, just for an illusion. Where's the dimension on this 15 one? Just see what dimension is. Mine a dual box. Doesn't have to be this one. Doesn't have to be that. Dual box, dual cab. Don't think it's available. No. Oh, it's a dual box, but 2-chamber. Oh yeah. Something to what I got. Oh yeah, just got that one. Wanted to get that, but can't see. It's in and out. In and out. Wow. That's a little bit much, I think. Wait a minute. Whoa. I'm researching. So many, so many. Uh, looks a little bit. It's not as if the budget's price is a bit over there, but that's a little bit too deep for the bat. That doesn't necessarily mean it's got to be stacked that way. It could be turned up that way because bass is only directional. So they say. And also changing speaker, it might be firing that way, and you turn it that way, or turn it that way, or you turn it so it's facing the water wall. It just changes the bass or changes the resonant frequency. It gives a different feel. It would just do the same sort of thing over and over. It's like, what feel, what buzz, what resonant buzz are you looking for? It's like a drug. That's what sub bass is to me. It's like a drug. It can get to a point of ODC, like some guy just buying the same boxes just because they're so and so. There are other things, there are other routes, and you're getting more or less the same thing. There are other drivers out there that can do this, do that. There's certain ways to putting them into a room, certain ways to redesigning the room so that you do some welding and such, and so that you have a metal frame, or so that the basket is welded to a metal frame, and therefore some parts are going to resonate and give a feel and vibration into a skeleton structure sort of thing around the room, within the room. And then when all the flooring is all put, you feel the buzz, you hear it and feel it all at the same time, more or less, theoretically. Otherwise, as it goes into a standard room, it's like, how much are you actually feeling? And then you couple yourself to a bass shaker, to a seat. You feel that, and then you get out of the seat. You don't feel it, or you can just vaguely hear the seat doing something because it's coupled, and it's basically making the seat like a speaker or something. Got to look at it sort of like, and think, is this going to be worth it? Because I'm thinking about how many subs does it matter how many subs I've got? I can generate, the Storm processor can generate 32 outputs into all the other speakers, so it's not a big deal. Otherwise, you could say a small JBL Control 5 could be a sub-bass speaker. Only it's got little satellite speakers, and you just redesign it and change the tuning, or put a crossover filter, an active DSP crossover filter on it, and you just filter it. Yeah, and it's like, but it's only limited to a certain amount of what it can do. Because you see all this stuff all the time. You see these like tiny little boxes, and you think, is that really a subwoofer? I don't know. I like opening the crossover frequency up a little bit wider, so it gives like what I'm hearing in the background with the movie The Deep. I've got that on DVD, Blu-ray coming soon, so I'm just renting it at the moment. So I've got 2-day rental on it. Just it's inspiring, because when you go under the water, even though no home theatre on the planet, not even, well, George Lucas or dub stages. Oh, it's up to the end credits now. And you go to disco music. John Barry, disco music. Do 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 do. It's got a similar tempo. It's got a similar tempo to almost similar to Moonraker, where the end credits on Moonraker and it goes to a kind of like disco-y. All you need is the flashing lights and some smoke and some disco ball going around. Let's go back to, where is it? What's it doing? Oh, what's it playing? What I can't stand with bloody Amazon, fucking hell, I can't stand, you rent a movie and when it ends, it should stay on the end credits, but you got to press the bloody what's it to keep on the blood. I find that bloody annoying. What's this woke crap? Bloody Marvel crap. It's gone on to some other crap now that I'm not even interested in Marvel. What crap? What crap movie is this? Oh, all right. Got bloody outer space there. That looks good. That looks good. I like the outer space thing there. That looks really neat. I haven't a clue what this is. It's probably Spider-Man for all I know. But I do like that. That there. That looks good. That looks really good. Yeah, all that CGI. It's probably not a real bloody celestial blooming planetary flipping like well, what's this? There's something coming. Could be the Predator. It's probably what it is. It's probably the bloody Predator versus Arnold Schwarzenegger shit again. Oh look, it's a spacecraft there. Oh look! It's a planet. You know. Oh look, it's burning up. It's going in re-entry, but that looks so bloody CGI. It looks a load of crap. Bloody hell! What is this woke? Can I click on? Oh, it's Venom. Oh no, I'm not interested in that. I'm hungry. I'm not interested in that. I'll get it off. Come on, crying out loud. Go back to the previous. Come back. Come on. What are you doing? You're on destruct mode. Come on. Come up here. Come on. Come up here. Come on. Come on. There. Meow. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, fucking hell. When a DVD, a fucking Blu-ray arrives, at least I can fucking put the thing on repeat and all that if I want to, crying out loud. You can't do much for these crappy Panasonics. Crappy bloody, what's it? Oh, yeah. Oh, cracky. And it's so bloody slow navigating. Yeah, suck you, Panasonic. Your bloody remote and your Panasonic player is overrated. So you've got to do all this click, 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 click. Fucking hell. I can't have something that you can navigate and then just boom, hit it. All this total BS. Fucking hell, there we go. Fucking start over again. Can't stand all this woke crap, bloody Atmos crap stuff today. Does it mean that, oh, your sub bass is going to be more impressive with Dolby Atmos? No. It'll be the same as the 5.1. Oh, dear. So what do I want to do with the bass? Want it. So I could do Baby Boom on the stage channels, and there's no home theatre. That's all gear. There's no home theatre out there that I know of that can do Star Wars 1977 Baby Boom behind their projection screen. Because I've seen all your home theatres. I've seen every last one of them, and you hadn't even got a 5 screen. It's just stuck with LCR and sub bass speakers that are stuck between. You can't begin to call that Baby Boom because you've got to use identical speakers. Otherwise, you're not in the ballpark. So you can forget about that. If you haven't gone through the 1970s, then you're probably clueless about Baby Boom as much as clueless as about Sense-Around. No? Oh, you come up here. Meow. No? Watching that? Hey, what's this? What's that? Oh, what is that, Bear? No? Meow. Oh, this will get you interested. What's this? What's that? Oh, God. Get off. Get off. Get off. Get off of it. So I'm thinking of putting sub bass. Though I got quite a few in the room already. Is it OCD? I don't know. It could be. Could be OCD. OCD sub bass. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe, well, nothing new here. 2 on the back wall, but maybe 4. Because it's got to be, because depending on the frequency that will be set to on crossover, and depending on and the seating positioning, our ears will just, or mine will just say, well, it sounds like it's just coming from that box rather than on an array, and then it sounds diffused on my left side, on my right side, and in the middle. So it's diffused. So you've got no point of reference really, unless, of course, anyway. But the man's got to know his limitations. Anyway, so maybe something down on the back wall. La-di-da. And then come on. You want to go out? Come on, Bear. No? You don't want to go out? All right. A few of them along the side wall, because there's limitation. There's this here on the side, so that's limiting. I could probably put one attached to the door. It's possible, but the problem there is being how much of this door is going to rattle if that does, and then I would have to put a dampening to reduce the resident rattling and get on the door itself, as well as other frequencies in the room are going to come from any one of those stage channels or the subs. They'll just build up energy, SPL level, dB, depending on the frequency, and then the door just rattles. But it's just it's a wonky handle there. It's a good thing for sub bass testing, actually, because it just shows the energy can rattle something, but it's not there for show, for rattling. It's a distraction. But even when the door's like that, because it's not, I didn't properly finish this door. I changed this door around years ago. So the original, what's it? Down the side here, I think I filled it in. I think it was down there. Was it this way or was it over this way? Oh no, it was here. Oh yeah, it's over this way there, down there. So I've got to move this. I've got to undo that, get the chisel, do a little chiseling, and then it's got to be fitted a little bit lower down because the door flips around upside down. So it's got to be, so the other one's up there, so I've got to move it down there. And so when that closes, it stays in position. Theoretically. But, hey, push come to shove, I don't give a damn. I don't need all this bullshit home theatre crap with like I need to get something to fit that in a little bit tighter there. If I can get a bracket in there somehow. Nah, because that'd be a bit awkward to fit. I need something just to keep it there. Otherwise it's just leaning forward a bit. I just need something just tight in there to, like a rubber. A rubber would hold it. And I don't really give a damn. I don't give a hoot. I don't use that jet. I don't use that much for the Atmos crap. Crikey, these corner things, bloody hell. I don't use that much. So this is where I think where Atmos for some people that are like myself, very few and far between, that know it's all BS and then they know fake, probably may have done sound mixing or something, or at college or something, and they know how things are done, and then you get this BS, and everyone else that's not really, they think Atmos is some miracle bloody sound bloody system or something. No, it's not. It's a load of BS. Anyway. Wow, look at this photography in this movie. Flipping out. My cat's gone bonkers. I think he's yeah, I know what. I'll go out again. Come on. Yeah. Sorry. Though I would like to have subs on the floor, or depending on the frequency range, uh, shallow profile. So shallow boxes with, but no, I would lose at least 4 inches of this height of this room. And if I stand on this thing in front of me and tiptoe, I can just touch the ceiling, just a little tiptoe. And this thing's not even four. This is not even 4 inches. It's well under. But I would have to put a floor and raise it at least 4 inches. And it would just seem like a little bit claustrophobic, kinda. Uh, so a few on the side wall. I'm looking at certain boxes and size. I can't stick something that's too deep, otherwise it'd be sticking out too far. It's got to be about maybe as shallow about to the JBL, and then just place a little lower down. Of course, the sound of the frequency and such, how much of it is felt. So the other one be there, one there, and one on the other side. So they'll be parallel. And even though the distance over there, and depending on the frequency, there'll probably be some like maybe hole in the bucket effect. That's why I've got an idea to also put some on the ceiling, shallow profile, shallow boxes, and fit them on the ceiling, but they would have to be very tightly screwed into a joist so that they are secure. Yeah, and that would give us sound, low frequency coming down this way and over the opposite side, and so with it coming on over to the sides and the back and from above, it should be fairly uniform. That should be fairly uniform, and it can't have. So if I notice it, the tuning that I've got to tune so it doesn't distract too much with the stage channel positioning on the bass. So it just gives a normally directional, but still there's directional bass over the screen channel. So it's a little idea I'm thinking, but yeah, I've got to research it deeply to see, try and get it as cheap as possible. Effective, cheap, effective. You see, I know that most people think automatic. Oh, they put a sub bass in a room and it's going to do all the vibration shit. And then you realise, what if you know how to test, and then you realise, you think, why is it not doing this? Because the way a box is just thrown into a room and you're expecting it to be like a magic genie or something. And it's, unless, of course, you ask the magic genie, build me a frame so that the sub bass units are connected to it. Because most people automatically forget how vibrations and bass and all that work in the real world. With, like, go on a bus and you hear the sound of it, you feel the mechanical, and you think, why can't I get the same thing in the home? It's doable. You see all these people building. I see all these people building their home theaters. They got this amount of budget, like $50,000 or whatever, 80,000, or some with $1 million, and they just build the same typical same thing all the time. And I'm thinking, you're going to get most of it is just going to boom on your ears. But then that's what most, if you listen to real world sound and that, but it depends on where you are. I mean, ambient sounds, like say, like if it's outside, it's on concrete, solid surfaces, unless a bloody volcano's bloody erupting and you feel the freaking ground seismically shaking or something, vibrating, and you hear this big bloody deafening airborne bloody sound that you've never heard before, you know. Um, yeah. But with the little sub behind, just where it is, yeah, it gives a resident feel, and yeah, but do I go with more of those boxes and then put them around the room? I wanted to get the JBL, get the JBL drivers, to keep this fully JBL. Uh, but I've got to keep in mind, have I got a rack space? Because if I'm going to put that so much in, I've got limited rack space. It's like, what have I got to trade off? What have I got to redesign? I mean, considering how Atmos is pretty crap, and it's only good for a tiny few movies out of the 14 years, really. Um, I can make the playback of a Dolby Stereo movie literally piss all over an Atmos movie. Or here in my home cinema, I can make it piss all over the Atmos system here. Why should I? Why should it be that? Why should it be that? Yeah. Yeah, I like the photography, the transfer on this. I imagine the Blu-ray is going to be similar to this. This is only linear pulse code modulation, so I've got to put it through the DSU. Um, Skin tone and photography and so forth and everything. I can, yeah, it looks pretty decent. I'd imagine the Laserdisc would probably look, but I'm done through now with Laserdisc. Got too many damn things, and I'm thinking Blu-rays. I'd probably only buy them at a very tiny percentage. $4K Atmos. I'm not really that interested, and I'm more bloody better listening to than probably 50 people on bloody YouTube with their home theaters. And you'll never have that. You'll never have that. So 4K Atmos, thumbs down. Don't do that and open the bloody can. Crikey, it goes all over the place. I've got to leave that can for about a minute just to settle a little bit. So how many subs would that be in the room? I'm guessing, I was guessing earlier about 12 plus the ones I already have in the room. So 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Have I missed anything else out? 24, 25. I've got other ones, but the amplifier plates on them are not so great, and the actual thing itself is not really that great. It'd probably be okay at certain frequencies, but and they're just too damn boxy and too damn heavy. Whereas these other ones, I could just get some drilling done and then get them fitted. But that's the thing; it's got to be tested very carefully. Can't just. So I'm not going to mention here in the video because this might take a few weeks to figure it out, or it may not even go ahead. I might not even green light it. I might just think, well, just got to think about the Wickham 6. Just got to think about the Wickham 6. It's still a mystery, the Wickham 6. I'll tell you, that high Wickham UCI THX cinema would even put that 20 sub bass speaker thing, because I think the poor guy's just got it like, he's got his sub bass level like there, and all the other speakers are like down there. Come on, you're just going to smear it. You just end up smearing, and you just go to listen to a load of boom, distortion. But how much distortion, or what do you think you recognize in real life when things are, we don't usually question it unless you're an engineer, and you think there's something not right, but this needs some tuning because it's out of tune, out with all the other vehicles. See, I know what it feels like when you're on a motorbike. You got motorbikes going around. So, should you feel the motorbike in this movie? Should you feel the motorbike? Unless it's a POV and it seems like you're on the motorbike, and you should feel it, and it should be in a specific LFE system. LFE 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It should be in a specific, like, not like those D-box and stupid seats that bloody do all that, for crying out loud. But you should get a feel. And then when it cuts away from it, because there you're away from it, you're not coupled. You hear the sound of a truck that might be near, and the tension of music going a little loud and such. But like there was a little bit there where you just saw the handle, a close up of the handle of the getting too near to these rocks and such, and then that would be more or less a POV, because you're like on the vehicle. It's for a brief few seconds, and you would feel the vibration below you. because you're sat on a seat, aren't you, on a moped or a motorbike? You're sat on a seat, and so therefore you feel the vibration. You decouple yourself just a few inches from it, you don't feel it. You hear it, but you don't feel it. You might feel obnoxious sound of the bloody exhaust, maybe, but you're technically you're decoupled. But the other side of that is that you can turn the level up on an OLED TV, and it's like bloody hell. I can only hear the sound, but I can't feel it. Unless you've got some other things connected to it, the actual amplifiers, the system for the OLED. That's possible. You just got to go inside, open it up, and just think, oh yeah, oh yeah, all right. What I'll do here is, oh yeah, oh yeah, okay. I'll cut a hole here and I'll fit something there, like an additional output connected to the amplifier on the. No one's going to do that, of course, but it'll take you about a week or two to do that because you've got to get the parts and all that, and then do it, and then. But it's like, I don't know. It's like you want to be inside the soundtrack. You want to be inside the soundtrack, but it's always going to be different. Sub-bass speaker boxes, where they're placed and how they're placed, and they're all going to have different resonances and such and so forth. And I think that guy, has just gone a little bit overboard because most of the boxes are so deep, you're losing a few feet of the room space when it could have been done another way, and then you still, you don't lose too much size of the room. If I stuck things like that in this room, crying out loud, I wouldn't have room to swing a cat around. Actually, you can't actually swing a cat around in this room because it's too narrow. And swinging a cat around is cruel, but that's I can't swing a cat around. That's like say, how do you? Some people say, "Oh, I put this system in, blah 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 blah. It made like the walls in the room disappear." Huh? What? Well, that's a neat trick. I've got to get that. Something that makes the walls disappear. Like say, you got to have multiple speakers to do multiple proper surround, literally cluster. And then when you got these atmospheric sounds, but it sounds like the walls are disappeared. Otherwise, as it is normally, you walk around a room and you think, oh yeah, atmospheric sound effect coming from that bloody speaker there and that speaker, and oh, there's a gap there and there's no sound. So it sounds like a wall, and you tap on it, and it's like that sounds like a wall. How do you get around all this? Yeah. And you put all these boxes in the room, bum 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 bum. I mean, crikey, you can't launch the room. There's not enough energy in all those sub-bass boxes to, oh yeah, someone saying, oh yeah, I felt your sub-bass speakers a mile away or 10,000 miles away. Crikey, really? Oh, they got sharks in this movie, haven't they? But probably had a bigger boat. They probably had a bigger boat. Um, um, see, everything I can see moving around in this movie, the wind blowing, there's a bit of wind breeze in this, and you can see it on the waterway, you can see it on the water, on the waves, the way everything's moving. You see, that's an effect that you just, you know, how the heck do you do that with sub bass speakers? Because you can't do it with high frequencies. That doesn't work. Well, even that might depends on the wind and what it's blowing against and what might make a whistly sound. But the general, what's the frequency? I mean, I could go out, record sound of wind blowing around as long as it's not blowing into the microphone because that would be completely useless. So I'd have to get a sound of it off axis so that wind's not, but the wind changes its position and then suddenly next it's going to be blowing into the microphone. So I put a wasset over it so it doesn't get that. Um, I just generally got to capture and see what the frequency is. But then I see that's simple. I don't need to do that. All I need to do is just stick one of these microphones out the window when it's windy, point it in a position where the wind won't be blowing into the microphone. And then I could probably see, oh, yeah, it's a low frequency that's around this range. And I will say, okay, that's the wind. But when you actually play it in the room, it's like, it doesn't match what it is in reality because I could look at the SBL level meter as long as it's not blowing into the microphone and it's reading like, all right, it's that SBL level reading. Okie dokie. So, which is very low. It's not 100 dB, 150 dB, something stupid that sounds unnatural. And I think, well, it's generally that. Okay. But it's got enough. The real thing, it's got more energy sometimes in it, depending on the wind speed, to, literally knock you over. Sub bass speakers, do they knock people over? No, not really. Probably go to one of those or find out information data with wind tunnels. You don't want a thing blowing because it'd be mechanically noisy. But how do you get the deep of the water pressure? Just a little teaspoon of water in your ear canal and it settles on your eardrum and it's like, oh, discomforting. And that's a very low frequency, around about 20 hertz. So an audiologist told me. Um, but you got to get a 20 hertz. How do you get a 20 hertz sine wave tone? But that's just a sine wave tone, or you just get some recording that's very narrow and maybe moving between maybe just a little bit fraction below 20 and just a little bit above 20, and it's kind of, but gives a pressure like on the ear, but it can't be stupid SPL level, otherwise it's just going to say something there you think, maybe unnatural. Maybe if I get a bit of I suppose it wouldn't do any harm. So if I were to put a bit of water on this microphone and then turned it on, what would the SPL? What would I see? It won't damage the microphone because I can, and then get in there and dry it, so it won't damage it entirely. I could probably put some water on maybe this. Yeah, just put a little drop of water, just a teeny drop. That's all it needs, because a teeny drop goes down your ear, and just analyze the data and see what I see. So, in pursuit of science, might as well, not bother going on audio science review and then typing up a thread, blah blah blah. Bloody hell, might as well just get the bloody real thing and test it there and then. Do a video and then post it. See what the result looks like. And of course, I want to do other tests as well with a microphone, with submerging it underwater. So put a little bag around it, a little plastic thing, and then tape it, and then put it underwater, and then see what make a sound on the top surface to see if it's picked up on the RTA analyzer. I don't think this bit here is filmed entirely at night time, because it's a filter or such they use on the camera. Otherwise, there's certain light flicker things that I can see on the water. Certain things that I can see. Though sometimes things are filmed at night, and it's I think it's like adjusting the shutter thing or on the camera just to give it the illusion. They can film sometimes at night. Oh, he said there was a full moon. I don't think that's moonlight that I can see flickering on the water there. Oh, there's a moon there in the shot. It might be a matte painting, but it's the same with Jaws. Same with Jaws with photography. They kind of make it like, look like it's nighttime, but it's probably a different time of the day. But they just, otherwise certain things in the background wouldn't really be that clear. We never see it that clear with our real eyes at night time. It's all, you can't see any reference points out there in the distance. It's all pitch dark. Yeah, but anyway, I like the photography. It's better than these bloody crappy Marvel wokey Atmos bloody movies. Oh my goodness, I don't know what a lot of you out there see in all that rubbish. I mean, can I relate to it? I don't even know if I can anymore. So da di da di da di da di da di da. 12 speakers. So if I were to put 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe 13, 14. And it's not just because of the room knolls and all that. No, it's a little bit different. I could, because it'll all be a mono signal sort of thing, or maybe stereo, depending on how the system's designed, or what signals are going into it. maybe certain lows from the stage channel or the surrounds or such, and filtered differently. So when it goes into the system and comes out, they all got different filters on it. So it doesn't seem like it's going to be distracting, but just enhancing. And then with the LFE signal, well, if I want to make the LFE kind of sound stereo, just put a certain delay time and then have it splitting into a special, well, not special, splitting into the Behringer DCX sort of thing. So I could put a specific delay so when the signal goes in, and then it would just give an appearance of stereo, only it doesn't pan. It just gives an appearance of stereo, while the other signals will be. But there's something there in the middle, right there. It's like, where is it? You know? I'm thinking, is it like the deep? Is it like liquid water? And you just feel it as you move, you just feel it moving against you. But it's got such a low level. It's not a stupid level, although you could say, oh, this car can see color banding. Saw a little bit of color banding thing going on there. That's what I can't stand. It's when the light, you get these flashlights or something underwater with a certain color background, and then you start seeing this, which you would never see on 35mm projected. It would never register. So only because it's going into this digital bloody era of, and crying out loud, they haven't got that bloody sorted out yet. Oh. Mm. It's like all the underwater. Yeah. It's all it's all lit very nicely. Because in reality, you're down there underwater, you've got a flashlight that's going forward, it's only illuminating what's in front and maybe reflecting a little bit, depending on but mostly you wouldn't see it that, it'd be bloody hell, it'd be pretty dark. Just turn that other sub little thing behind me. But with certain middle sounds that I can hear in the frequency range, because the crossover range is up to almost 300 hertz, 200 on the Storm Audio, and then that's Link Riley 12 dB, so it'd be like that, I think, something like that. It had that sort of, so frequencies will still pop up down here up to 300, unless I put it boom 48 dB at 200, and then it would just cut off, and only just a teeny little bit may slip through above 200, but it'd be way down here, be right at the bloody bottom. It'd be too faint to notice or care. And so that, the crossover only goes to Link Riley 12 dB or 18 or 24, 36, 48, but not 6 dB, because that'd probably be more like 6 dB and 12 dB, and then so on and so on and so on, the filter, and it just cuts off all the other frequencies that are up here, and they just go down to nothing. And then you just got, you know, if certain things sound a little boxy or whatever, peaky or what, at the very, you just put an extra filter in there and just cut it down, just so it doesn't seem annoying. See, they're doing all this stuff in the water. I know what it would be like in the water. They're moving these things, blowing things around, to move all the sand. And that would create just like doing that. Only that is a very narrow sort of thing. You do that underwater and you make a wave sort of thing that's a little bit more wider, and you can feel it. You really feel it. But let's go. I think I might be taking this a little bit too literal. The one thing that's a little bit maybe annoying-ish in the film mix there is the breathing bottle sort of thing. Really tends to sort of be, all I have to do is look at the frequency on the, see what frequency it is, and then just think, okay, I'll just put a filter there and just bring it down a little bit. So, just for this movie, and then look at what else there is in the soundtrack. Is there any, everyone knows about low frequency, even in the 1970s, even in the 1960s, even in the 1940s, for crying out loud. There wasn't just things there to reproduce it back then, to add the weight a little bit. So it's not, it's not like some Atmos crap today where people think, oh, is my Atmos LFE more impressive? No, it's not. It's just the same as 5.1. You'd be in for a big disappointment. There's nothing special. Coming in again. You want to stay out there? Oh, fucking hell, I feel dizzy. Oh, I feel fucking dizzy. Oh, you got that big fish under the water, haven't you? Whoa. Maybe if see, I can feel it. I can feel it on the armrest. Because the sound waves are going against the back of the seat, and they're just boom, 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 transmitting acoustically. Some of it just fell in the wasset because the box is coupled to the floor. Go on, go out. But only get certain frequencies. You ain't gonna get them all. You ain't gonna get them all. That's why you do sine wave tone testing, and you see where, and then check the voltage on the amplifier to make sure what levels it's going to. Because if most people are going to turn it up and up and up without checking it on a voltmeter and then realizing then, oh, something goes wrong. Probably be better just to if you're a fan of the movie, to sort of reenact it. All this rumbly sound, all this kind of rumbly sound. think there's more underwater, and some of the abyss DP underwater photographer or such. Al Giddings. Um, um, what do you call it? For Your Eyes Only, The Abyss, and probably a few other ones credits for things with underwater and such. There's a little bit of dialogue that I can hear filtering through, but once the levels are turn up on this end, going through the stage channel, it masks, so you don't notice it. But you notice the sound feel kind of feels maybe nothing near like holographic, but you could mess around with a system. Try my idea by putting speakers. If you're going to build a room from scratch, I absolutely insist that you put below floor surrounding, and then you can have that turned into several sound format playback. That's going to make the next $1 million home theater because they think, oh gosh, because they're rich, they're like, but they're only doing it just to show off. They're not really dedicated or obsessed that much with it. They might as well just stick with their bloody crappy sport motor car and their fancy watches. I mean, do you see me wearing a fancy watch? Oh no, oh, I don't like that scene in the movie. Oh, that's not nice. I take it's a stuffed what's it? That's not nice. I don't like looking at shit like that. Um, yeah. What watch would I like? An Amiga, Speedmaster. But I got no. I had interest in an Amiga Speedmaster maybe about 15, if not maybe 20 years ago. I got no interest in them. This is my watch now. I'll just get a bit of duct tape or what's it, and then just stick it on. There's my watch. Tells the time too. Pretty accurate as well. It was there we go. There's my wrist. There's my wristwatch. Oh, I feel sorry for people that buy watches that cost probably more than their house, or well, more than someone's regular normal house, and it's like doesn't make sense, really, just to tell the freaking time. Most of these people they lack in their IQ. Seriously, I think what's the thing? If you use a stick or something and just look at a lamppost during the daytime, and then you think, and then you know what country you're in, and you only have to generally sort of like work out it's got to be roughly afternoon time, and the sun always rises in the east and sets in the west, although a little bit different in the west during the summertime. The angle, just a little different. So, like the sun might set somewhere there, and the other time it might set there during the winter. Yeah, all these scenes there, like all that there. It's like filter. Put a filter on it, and it's like it's like trying to make it like it's nighttime. It's not. You wouldn't see the clouds like that clear on at night time. I don't know what they call this technique in the filmmaking, but to me now, you know, I'm not sure if it's because of the lenses or the camera things or such back then, and then until they got maybe a few years forward, and then they got faster lenses that can really see it, you know. So I think John Carpenter mentioned this in The Escape with New York, where everything mostly is filmed at night, but they had different Panavision camera lenses and such back then for it. Otherwise, you see a lot of these old movies, and hey, you can. Oh, what the bloody hell? Oh, crikey, I'm not watching that shit there. But bloody hell, why did I buy the movie if I don't like certain things? I mean, really, this movie getting an A certificate back then, you gotta be kidding. More like a double A certificate, not an A certificate. If it had just gone just a little bit too far, it would have got an X. But no, I think it should have got a double A certificate because talking about drugs and all that sort of shit, you don't have children watching that sort of shit at the cinema. Come on, and all this bloody hell, this sacrilegious thing with a bloody chicken, um, and stage what's it, tomato ketchup watered down a little bit. Uh, Yeah, it's like that. It's like that. Bloody hell! Look at the background of that ocean where you can see the sun reflecting on it. Come on. Um, subs, subs. Deep, sub. Deep. Hmm. What is deep? I really don't know. I think it's a myth. I think it's just a load of cooked up total bundle of BS with the stereophile bullshit reviewers out there and all a load of other bullshit. If wind was blowing around in a movie, maybe so inaccurately, and you got a door, the wind is occurring on the outside, and the door it might be a door that actually rattles or moves, and that's just because the wind is going against it on the outside. Would you hear the sound of the wind mixed incorrectly, so it sounds like it's bloody inside the room rather than being on the opposite side? I sometimes hear these things in movies, and it's like, oh dear, that's just terrible. You definitely hear it in all this Atmos rubbish today, I tell you. That Top Gun Maverick is a worthless piece of rubbish. Got bloody airplanes, like this is the cockpit. Yeah. And you got aircraft that suddenly start moving around. The bloody the Top Gun bloody Maverick, F-14, and they're circling, and then it cuts to the interior inside the cockpit, and there's no change in that timbre sound. It's still the same. What a blunder! That is definitely an Atmos blunder, a Atmos goof. That's why it's gimmick. That's why it's a load of rubbish. They're not really taking all the psychoacoustic into account, and they're just bullshitting a lot of you. Can't stand that I can't stand that. And it just takes you out of the movie, and it's just fucking hell, stop it, eject it, get out of my player. So that stupid other movie, all these stupid Atmos movies. And I think the general layout on the speakers on the overhead is a load of crap. You verse outdoors to all this Atmos crap and think, how much of it can I can compare to debunk Atmos as a crap flawed sound format? I could just make the single speakers that are overhead a little bit wider. It's just doing the same thing. Or make them do 5 things. Providing, of course, it's got a decent mix going on over in those. But those speakers don't necessarily have to be overhead. They could be, think about it, they could be a little bit the same height level as all the other speakers going around the room. They could be the same height level. They just go in between. And all you're doing is basically, you're just hearing a difference in the sound panning and all that. Because sometimes you got to think logically, does that sound on the overhead make any absolute sense? What's it? Does it make any freaking sense? Or is it just a load of random director and mixers ejaculating and masturbating on the bloody stage, thinking, oh, wow, this is going to be great. Oh, yeah, the Atmos lovers out there. Oh, they'll love it. I don't. I despise it when it's done wrong and it's just there, just the bullshit. I think the ceiling should be literally clustered, and then you just got to figure out how to, have the sound spread and move around a little bit effectively. If it knocks you, if it floats your boat, and then you got other mixes that are like different versions of, and you got other ones that are like, yeah, crikey, totally suck. And it's like, how much can you get out of it? It's like trying to get blood out of a stone. And you can think, well, maybe I'll divert some of the sound that's going from the side surrounds to the overhead through a matrix. So they do a little, so sound is kind of like moving. But would it make any sense? Because a lot of the sound even occurring across the screen channel, to me, it doesn't make any sense anymore. In this bullshit Atmos world, bullshit immersive, bullshit storytelling of sound, it doesn't make any sense. Because I know how real sound works. And they're still stuck with something that is outdated. And they've not even bothered to progressing, taking it a bit further. I mean, you could put a matrix decoder on the left and right, an additional matrix decoder that's a little bit better than the stupid Dolby DSU thing. And it would do a lot more, but it won't sound accurate enough. It'll just be a gimmick. It'll just make a movement in the sound. So you won't just get sound there on the left and right. It can move up and down behind the screen. Come on, baby. But you can't do much with the center channel because it's a mono signal. actually the left and right channel are mono, because when you put it through a PL2X, you're getting a difference between the left and right, the side, but you just place the speakers matching. The speakers have got to be identical, so then the sound appears like it's moving up and down. But there's not much you can do with the center. They should have totally done that screen channel, so it's at least a 15 screen channel array at the minimum. 15. So the sound can move diagonal, go round, sort of like that, or cross like that, or be there, or whatever. You've got atmospheric, uniform, and moving to create like it seems like being outdoors, kinda. But you also got to have that same atmospheric, so it's the same frequency, but it's differently filtered, but it's the same level, and it goes through the surrounds and the overhead, or like something there, but unless there's an object moving around. It's like the camera here, like if I back it up. They're on the water, they're on a boat, so you're coupled to the surface of the boat. You just feel it moving with the waves, just moving it. You can't do a home theater that's going to do that. That's too much. And then they jump in the water. The camera is above the water, but you would probably feel the parts, the soundtrack, like they're going in the water. You really wouldn't, because if you're in the water and then someone jumps into the water that's near to you, I suppose you'd feel a wave of, but that'd be down at waist level, what we're, around here, and you'd probably feel a wave of water moving. But most people are not going to be thinking too much about that unless they're analysts and sound analysts, and they're going to be analysing that sort of data. Little girl. You can't run around here too much, because you got a bit of what's it? Not yet now. Ooh. Come on. Oh, she's off. Oh, I've got to lure her out. Come on now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've watched this movie twice now. Kind of. Once at the cinema, probably once on TV. Make that 3, maybe 4 times at the least. Just kind of feel like the abyss. So you can't play that 4K abyss. That's a load of rubbish. It's James Cameron's Mummy's Basement movie. James Cameron's Mummy's Basement. Oh, there it is. Mummy's Basement. Wow, that kind of bubbly kind of, even though it's going through a subwoofer set output because it's linear. Anyway, that's kind of very low level that was, and now it sounds like bloody hell. That's low level. That was almost kind of distracting because probably where it was where it's sounding. And so I can imagine what that 120, 150 dB room sounds like. Ear-wrecking damage, not worth it. Avoid, basically, is I got this thing up here in my common sense that says avoid. I don't fancy my hearing damaged because his hearing's probably already damaged, not to mention he's got other issues, the poor bugger. And that's probably not going to do him favours. All those SPL levels for his ticker. Yeah. Poor sausage. Less is more. Yeah. Wow. What's that one on? Oh, bugger. Can't switch on these. Got to go back to the main menu because I've got. Go back to the pop-up. Sound audio, yeah. Boom. Engaged, yeah. Because you can't switch it on the remote. Got to do it on the. There we go. That one there. Back out. Go back in. To the moon pool. Yeah. Of course, again. Got the free air subs laying underneath the seat, and that just gives a different vibration feel on the floor. But that's as far as you can take these things, you know. Bass that moves your trouser flapping, that's a load of bullshit. That's total bullshit because it's just fabric. It's just fabric on your, you know, and it's just the sound wave just gently touching it, and you feel like, but it's not. It's just, you know, otherwise you can get a bit of, well, let's just say, you put a load of fabric, light material, trousers, yeah, jeans, yeah, put them suspended, and play all that sub bass in the room and see if the damn things start fluttering and moving around, huh? Sound waves would just gently go on against it a little bit and then pass through. And then our flesh and that, it just senses, that's all. Otherwise, what about stark naked in a room? And then how we're designed, how the bass waves and what we notice. Otherwise, you start more or less, swimming trunks or what naked, and you're going into ocean water, and otherwise, if you have clothes on it, you can tell like, the way they're wet and they're moving around, It's like the abyss, and there's a bit of shaking there in the sub. Bit of shaking vibration. Oh, you haven't got that. What's it? You've got to use that thing. Can't do the 10-second. What's it? And things are, the camera's shaking. Like that YouTuber that likes to create 33-inch sub bass. That's doing all that nonsense. Oh dear. Oh, the amount of nonsense I see on YouTube these days. It really is an insult to science. Yeah, this is the definitive version of the abyss. It might not be a brilliant transfer on the video, but the sound is okay. At least it's not James Cameron's Mummy's Basement AI rubbish. And there isn't a theatrical mix on that Blu-ray 4K. There is no theatrical mix. It's a bit of a BS. Because I did an analyst listening to the surrounds and thought, no, it's BS. But everyone else, you think but you're not. You sold your you sold your DVD, you sold your AC-free Laserdisc. Oh dear. And you're stuck with a lemon. You coming in, Bear? You gonna settle down? You gonna settle down? Yeah, you're not tense, are you? You tense? You tense there? Oops, careful. There you go. Well, no, you're not counterbalancing on there. You try again, because you do it the other time. That's it. That's it. Oh yeah. You like that subwoofer, don't you? Yeah, you like that subwoofer. Yeah, cats are into subs. They're not just for dogs, for woofing. Woof, woof. You purr like a lion. Purr like a lion on there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Do subs that are two on the back wall thinking. I don't think that. It's got to be at least. Well, one over there, a little bit. So what's that there? I can't see. Oh yeah, that's here. Yeah, so if I could put one there where those what's it things, I don't know why I stuck them on the wall there. They're pretty useless. I'm sure they don't do much. I could fit one there and then fit 2 and then 3, 4. Maybe I can get 5 across the back wall. Maybe I can get 5 and then design it so it's possible to go. Oh, crikey. I'd have to probably come on. I can do this in my head, can't I? 5 stereo, 5 screen, rear back stereo array matrix. It's possible. And then how would I get the other ones? Where would they go? And would I have them facing forward, or turn them around so that if they're facing toward the wall, that will make them sound a little bit more diffused. But it's testing, it's testing. Sort of like, do they give the same feel in this front row? So if they were facing toward the wall, would they give the same feel, more or less? Because it's going to be like that, airborne, or what you hear on your ears. It's going to be like that, and the other part of it is going to be like that. To get it like that is a neat trick. So I will test to see which is see, I hear below sound more or less over my shoulder. My cat just went like that. We're like a serpent, a spawn of Satan there. What was that sound you just made? Oh, you're doing your licking, aren't you? How much bass? How much bass? Bah, 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 bah. I mean, this thing humming away. Boom, 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 boom. So I've got the other amplifier turned on for the other same subwoofer shallow profile that's in that box behind. So I'm hearing. So I can still hear dialogue because it's crossing over the LCR, which I assigned on the Storm to divert over to the subwoofer output. I want it so it doesn't really go into the stage. The subs down there, because I'd want them totally just so But I could put an extra filter on those so I don't even notice it. But it's still carrying the bass of the and it's though the Storm could be designed to minimize the bass level in the other speakers, other subs, and so that the LFE is more noticeable. So otherwise the signals might be something like that. This is the LFE and this is the bass, and and I'll just maybe put a filter or just turn the gain level down on it, so it's like that. Or when the LFE is engaged, because the LFE is not always engaged, it only comes on as and when. But the meters are all showing that it's engaged, but it's not. The LFE only is as there as it, the LFE is only as and when. Or is it really not necessary? Oh yeah. Get a little vibration in the bass, little upper, and a little bit of a boof as it's hit the water. But again, it's the camera. It's up here. You wouldn't feel it. You'd hear it. You wouldn't feel it. So the camera above is suspended above everything. You got all the wind blowing around. Yeah, you're going to feel wind against you, and then you'd hear a little bit of the clunk vibrate, and then instantly, when it's decoupled, it's free falling into the water, and you feel how until it gets under the water. Yeah, you feel some of the sound, but you also feel it when it's on the top surface. So the camera is looking down as it's just, it should have been. So you just hear it like, and then instantly when it goes under the water, though that's questionable. Because the camera is so far back. And you would hear something coming down or into the water if you're under the water, and you don't need, you could be what's it, your ears, in your chair, muffled sound, but would it be localizable? Would it be localizable? And of course, yeah, everything moving on the interior. The cam, everything's tilting this way and going that way. So yeah, you're going to rock around and move around in it because you're not wearing your seat belts. Otherwise, it's an okay movie. It's better than this Marvel bloody Venom trash that I saw bloody earlier. I'm hungry. I know you're hungry. I know, but I want food. You're not having any food. I want a Big Mac. You're not having a Big Mac. I know, but I'm hungry. See, I do a great Venom voice. Bloody hell. I know, but I'm hungry. I'm hungry for bass. I'm hungry for bass. Bass. Well, maybe try a little bit of that because you tickled my throat there. I know. But I'm still hungry. Will you put a sock in it? I know. See? Bloody hell. Yeah, you see, I want to get the bends on this movie, because they're in the decompression chamber. How can you get the, see, my hand's already tremoring. This hasn't stopped I think this has been going on for more than just 3 years. Or was it almost 2 years? Because it's been since I've been. No, it'd be 2 years. This December. It'd be 2 years since I've been in heart fibrillation, and I can't remember if this started at the time of the defibrillation, or if it's been, and I've just not noticed it. Just hasn't stopped tremoring. So I've got to blooming hold it just to, I can still see my thumb moving. I get some answers from doctors. I want some answers on that. I can't be asked to Google it because probably come up with the wrong answer. Or, the wrong. I've got a question. Yeah, for answers. Questions for answers, for crying out loud. Because I can tell that's not normal. Oh, it's a good thing I don't solder with this hand, but I've got to hold solder sometimes if I'm doing soldering, and the bloody solder bloody moving around, bloody hell, it's hard to. Oh. See, he's got it. Oh dear. Multiple. Multiples. But yeah, the air conditioner. I should put the on the outside there, because it's going to pump some cool air and warm air into the room. It's only for a minute. It's only for a minute. See, when they close the door in the abyss, close the door. How do I zoom that up a bit? Well, because of the encoding on this, because it's encoded weirdly. As any other disc, or maybe laser disc that's 4.3 or such, but it's scope. I only have to press one thing and then bam. Because I think that's going through the Denon, and it's set on a certain wasset. So no. Is that overcropping a little bit there? Let's just pause that. See if it's overcropping. I think I'll keep it there. So if I stretch it out just a little bit, I'll lose a little bit of image. And that to me will be unacceptable. So that looks okay. That's okay. I don't need Mum's Basement 4K disc, thank you very much. I thought it was going to be the dog's bollocks, but oh, what a disappointment. But according to everyone else, they think it's great. But they probably never saw this movie 4 times in the cinema. I've seen it once where it was aired on TV and it had a different colour tone to it. Slightly different colour tone. But you won't see that aired on TV anymore because those were actual 35mm prints because they had the little Q dots. What they are like now is like Mum's Basement. Because they stopped doing all that boom, boom, boom. Ooh, just a little over 20 years ago. Oh, well, that felt good. But it kind of felt like it's too near to me when it should be up front. It's like, what would that really feel like on the book? Because it'd be maybe like a very mild pressure of water moving toward you. That would take quite a few seconds for it to travel because it's not going to go boom like that. It would take a few seconds because it's like put a candle across the room, blow, time it, probably take 5 seconds until the wind air moves the flame a little bit. But it's happening on screen. Boom. But so yeah, to do multiple sub sort of things, LFE signals. So you hear a boom at the front, and then it traveling through the array of subs, floor, boom, boom, boom. There can't be anything in between, otherwise you've got lots of subs in between and everything. You won't be able to see the picture. And you just get a wave that kind of travels. But it's only on screen for a few seconds, so there wouldn't be enough time there to feel like this, like, oh, wow. Oh, that was weird. You know? That's why a lot of these movies are crap today. You know, if the editing is too short and then they've got to put sound to it, and it's like there's not enough time there. It's got to be something quick, and it's just not going to be that. Of course, this is the scene I can't show with the rat, because it's banned in the UK. Poor creature. Actually, I don't like watching that. Go to the next chapter. All right, turn it off. Even though it's okay, it's venting, it's not stuffed up, but I could feel more cool air. It's been on 3 minutes, I think, now. See, my cat likes it. He likes it. Don't you, Bear? My bear cat likes that. He's inquisitively fascinated on how it works. Why? What's it doing? Why is it doing this? And he's trying to figure out. Just like the guy that was trying to invent it. Oh, a long time ago. A long. And then one day, he had the idea for it whilst waiting for a train or something, and it was foggy or misty or something. And then he realised, where he was going wrong. And then, next thing you know, his inventions in offices, cinemas, and wherever else. And then, yeah, patents probably get sold or bought or such, and then everyone else is doing it. See, there's a lot of things on the Abyss. Where you got the exterior shot, you should get a pressure like on your ears. And when it goes to the interior of the submersible, it should completely change because it wouldn't be like water going in, but there isn't any water around here. What am I going to say? People, all right, put eardrops in your ears now. Okay, it's going to feel like weird. It's going to feel like the Abyss. But, the moment you put your head that way, the water's going to drip all out. God, I don't know why it was, this is pretty state of the art. It was state of the art sound back then. State of the art. It just needs a queen alien running around in this movie, and then it's sorted. So that's the thing. That's the thing that I'm thinking. I hear the sound effects going into the sub because of the way it's filtered, and it's going up to the highest it can go. It's probably going a little up to about maybe 300, maybe 400 hertz. But it's the music track that's now distracting me because I just want to hear the atmospheric track level on it. But it's just, that's why all this metadata doesn't make any bloody sense to me. All this bloody bloody metadata babble doesn't make bloody sense. It's nonsense to me. What I want is track levels, all the tracks, so I can play on these bloody fancy processors or whatever, and then assign each individual movie because it's got to be rehearsed and then to fit the size of the room and do whatever else. And it would be the same with any other room. It's got to be assigned and, um, that is something that will just never come. That is something that will never happen because then the studios will be thinking, oh, people will be pirating the bloody movie, this and that, and bloody remixing the bloody and all that. Yeah. But at least you'd have control. Otherwise, you got minimal control over the, there'd be no need for a near field mix. I think the word or term near field should be banned. It's a disgusting word where the soundtrack goes from a theatrical and then gets tampered with. I think it should just be left as, but I think there should be more control. And of course, the actual mixing process, and there should be far better screen channel because the 5 screen channel is outdated. Should be at least 15. Some 5 going across the top, 5 in the middle, 5 down below. So then sound can just move or be in the position. And of course, the closer you are near to the front row, you get more perspective of the sound positioning. The further you move back, it's just like reality. The two people having a conversation across the road, they sound like that. They sound like mono. You go across the road, stand in between them, they sound like stereo with their voices, if you're in between them or whatever. Go to a restaurant, can you understand conversations of people? No, you can't, because everything's overlapping and it's a total mess. Compared to CB radio, where you got maybe 50 people, or maybe 100 on the same channel, and it's like, bloody hell, I can just hear that station there because their output power, all the other stations are like down here. They're all down here, and one station signals way up here, and so it becomes a little bit clearer. It's like you're in a restaurant and you yell out, "Attention! Can I have your attention?" You just raise your voice so it goes over, the average modulation levels of everyone's conversation, and then they stop and take note. Otherwise, when it's just like, bloody hell, can you understand? But when you hear it in bloody movies, you got two people having a conversation with about 1 meter distance, and you got all these ambient sounds in the background, a little bit in the center, and then the sides, and then the side left and right channels, front, and then. But what you hear in the surround sometimes, depending on the scene, where it and how it's located, positioned, because if it seems like you got a table's in the middle and you got other tables going around in front and round behind, you should hear the same, and it should sound like not a recording from another movie. It should sound like it's brand new, and it sounds like, wow, sounds like being at a restaurant. And you shouldn't really be able to capture what someone is saying all the time, because sometimes you have to say repeat that, because the one person is getting distracted with all the other modulation of voices. I think that's a pretty neat effect, with that breathing effect inside the helmet. Yeah. But does it sound like you're in, I think it could be perfected. Yeah, it could be perfected. I could think of a way to mix that. So you got different sound going along the sidewall surrounds. You got parallel speakers, floor and ceiling. You got parallel, and then you create a phantom sound. Bam! Right in a certain middle area around the auditorium seating. But it's like where he's doing that, and it cuts to the interior of the helmet, and cuts to the interior, right there, the interior of the helmet. And then the interior of the helmet, the interior or the inside of the helmet. You get all this circling sort of thing. There's certain things you can do with a certain amount of channels, and then you realise it's limited to, and then you got to add more, so you can experiment and test and trial and error. Woo! Boom. Hmm. Is there anything distracting on this picture? Any edge enhancement? Not that I can see. Though some of the lighting colour is a little inaccurate in certain places. And it was still the same more or less issue on the 4K. So nothing much bloody changed. Yeah. And all these submarine shots where everything's like, it's all smoke in the room. It's all dry. Put some smoke, and then bam, it looks like it's underwater. That's a good illusion. So all I need to do is play the movie The Abyss and then have an amount of smoke in the room. So it's Abyss hour, and it seems like you're in the water, the immersiveness of the storytelling. Maybe suspend some rubber fish on string, so it looks like you got fish moving around. Yeah. Yeah, it really does seem annoying with that thing behind me. Maybe if I point it the other direction. Where's my bear? Oh, he's over. Oh, he's on there. He wants to. Yeah, this is really the seat to sit on, but it's all covered up with all this clutter. I think since I lost my first cat, this room has slowly become a little bit unworldly, untidily. Yeah, but no one is allowed to sit in this seat. You got to be vetted by me first to see whether you are THX approved. Then you can sit in this seat. Otherwise, it's reserved for my cat. See, there's strict THX specifications here. So let's analyse that again. Sounds like it's coming behind me. Of course, if I put a little bit of stage front on, turn the level up a little. Baby. I don't notice it because I hear partly the HF sound. Of course, if I mute. Yeah, they're muted. Mute the HF. Play it again. What do I notice? Depending on the crossover frequency and the speakers, and what is trickling. Otherwise, it seemed like I'm still noticing a little bit of the front, even though it's crossed over at la-di-da. I think 400 hertz. Link Riley, 24 dB. Oh, play that again. And is it polaritied? Okay. Not phased, but polaritied. Just have a little check on that. And then phase is just adjusting, shifting the frequency sort of thing. And then polarity is just so that basically the drivers have got to be pushing forward, moving forward. And then they might be doing that sort of thing if they're but you don't notice it. But you notice it with a battery, with a voltage. Reverse the polarity, the driver goes inward, and then you put it forward polarity, and the driver goes forward. So let me just play that again, and then boom, 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 just double check. And it should be on this one here. So if I mute it, yeah, okay, I noticed that. Okay, change the polarity. Seems like the sound just shifted forward a little bit. Was there a, because there was a difference. I would see it on the SBL signal going up a little bit by 3 dB or so. I'll just put that there. I think put it at 70 dB. It's not playing that loud. Well, actually, it was. Doesn't seem like that. 80 dB. Okay, it's gone up to that level there. Change it back to that polarity. Oh, hang on. I think that was going a little less. Yeah, so it's the other way. Either the wiring on the amplifier. Such that's what it's great about a loudspeaker management system. You know, otherwise I should be correcting the wiring on the either I can correct it on this box and just swap it around. Otherwise, I'll just go down there and just change the polarity, and the signal will sum. It will sum up now. Okay. Turn those stage channels down. Turn those down. But do you notice when you reverse polarity forward and backwards, forward polarity, reverse polarity, with a single sub or a single speaker? No, only when two signals are going at the same time. Two drivers going at the same time, and you think they should be going up and up and up and up, 3 dB, 3 dB, 3. But oh wow! But do I notice? I noticed a bit of vibration there. So if I were to play that again, I need my goggles on. And just keep, no, you're not going to notice it. You're not going to notice it. Turn it to that. Play that again. Do I notice anything? So this is why people start absolute bloody dribble on Audio Science Review. Would I notice the bloody sub bass doing this? If I reverse the polarity or put it forward, negative polarity forward, bloody hell. And it goes into like maybe a page, 2 page, and maybe 2 pages, and no one cares. Okay. And then put it there. Do I see any difference on the SBL meter? I'll set that to 70 because the other signals are not adding on. It's just where, I'm just picking anything random. Actually, I need to set it up to about 80. This needle's going a little bit high there. Okay, it went up to about 2 dB, minus 78 dB, but that's meaningless to anyone. Put it there. Same level. It's only when you've got two speakers going. I'll put it back there. Actually, I need to turn the wiring around. Only take a few seconds. So because you got a sub behind you and you think, I'm localizing it, but you put it down to a certain frequency on the crossover and then you don't notice it. So it's 200 hertz on the, like I say, Lynx Riley, 12 dB on the DC, and on the Storm, on the Dursa, on the DCX. Yeah, set to Lynx Riley, 24 dB at 400 hertz. I can dial it up to 500. I can dial it up to 500 if I want to. Pointless, but because there wouldn't be much vibration feel, even though it is there. You still can feel a frequency at 500 hertz, but it's got to be pretty relatively near. Otherwise, if it's too far and you try turning it up and up, it just becomes fingers in the ear, bloody loud, annoying. It'd be great if I just have a total in-floor sub with in-floor full range directional. And I could do just a little bit more. But, oh yeah, fucking hell. Whoa. Ooh, croom, boom. Disaster's coming down in the wake of a big crane. So I could put the HFs on if I want to. I could do anything on the system except you just can't get individual track level adjustment. I mean, it fits the room. Everyone knows that. It's just you just like to have a lot more control. But what about a mono movie soundtrack? So you deconstruct all the sound, so you can place it, and then if you put some delay time on certain things, would it become a sort of stereo-ish sort of thing? Because it got control of the Foley footsteps and how those things should be positioned. But one, they got to be mixed correctly, so they sound like they're, an actor's walking around. They sound like they're down at this level, not up here when they're talking, because it doesn't make sense. How did they get their foot or shoe stuck in their mouth? Everything depends on elevation angles and see they're reacting here. They're reacting to the Atmos, and this is 1989. Don't forget. Look at them. It's on screen. They're reacting to the Atmos. Look, look, he's looking around, he's looking around. Oh, oh, they're looking up. They're looking up. He's looking upward. Actually, I heard this with overhead surround down at the when it played in Dolby Stereo at the Cinerama downtown. The speakers are all in the ceiling for the surround speakers, left over by Cinerama. Yeah, more reaction to the overhead. Of course, I could duplicate that. All I have to do is flip that switch on that switcher box, divert the surround signal and divert it overhead. Or I can use the other format mode that I created on the processor, but it sucks with DSU because it's still adding a fake stereo surround. And also it minimizes the bass on the DSU, the Dolby DSU. It minimizes the bass. When I flip over to Dolby on the CP200, boom, it's got a bit more bass. If you use the DTS Neuro X, it's still adding a stereo surround, but it's got a bit more bass on going to those side surrounds or such. But it won't do the original signature of the, you need the Dolby Cat 150, E, D, no, DEF. It's a free card type. Boom. See, how do you play? Wow. It's on the exterior, and so it really kind of reverberates. Yeah. My goodness. Are you interested in the Abyss Bear? Yeah, I mean, you know. Just get all these footsteps moving, walking around. You know, it should all be like occurring down here somewhere. You know, when you get performers like they kind of go like that, walking up close to the camera, and then you should get the footsteps like going across the floor sort of thing, and then moving the other way or whatever. So it seems like, oh wow, that was immersive storytelling. Wow. 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 See, you got all this sub bass, you know, you got all these people with 20 large 18 subs in a room, and could that scene do this and make people jump out the seat, you know, when he does the boom? You know, I don't think so. There's not enough energy for that to happen. It's not kinetic. It's boom, feel that. Oh, ooh, and sends all his audience flying across the room. Unless you got some ejector seat or some airbag or something in the seat, and it's going to be boom and blow you out the bloody seat. That'd be, yeah, that's actually interesting. That. So all it is air that's filled out, and then it completely in just milliseconds or something. but a bit bloody loud, I think. Yeah. You see, that's one thing they haven't got on those deep box seats. You've got these car chases and all that. They don't have airbags in front of the seat, so they. Oh. Damn. Wow. I'm not sure if the LFE track is mixed into this. I think it is. Once it come up, then it'd be just a little extra. I think it might have been there. So if I had to go back in the processor and then play that again, but minimize the LFE output, I probably wouldn't notice it much. LFE track, yeah, with the LFE signal there, it's set to 0. So I go forward, play that again. Just play it once. Hey. Okay. Alright. Turn that down, -19. Or actually I can turn it to off, which is better. So none. Come on, save it. See if it's the same. I don't know. Should be minimizing, but I know there's some bass over that stage channel, so boom, and then with a little LFE. So, still noticing something there. So maybe it didn't filter it off. Alright. Not that I care. Put that back to 0 there. That back to 0. That back to 0. Save it. Turn that off. There and there. To large. Oh yeah, I can hear the LFE signal there. So the other signals are turned off, so they're not going to it. So, yeah, I noticed that. Okay. Maybe I've got, hang on, go on to the, what's it here? That's it, I think I know where to do it now. So turn that to, it's just down here. I think it's one of these. 1, 2, 3. Which one's the first? I think it might be this one. Turn that to none. Save it. No. Probably got to turn the other ones off. Turn that one off. save it. That should turn the signal off now. I think it's still trickling through. How's that possible? Hang on. Let's see what I've done there wrong. I'm trying to bypass, I'm trying to mute it. Maybe try this one here. Turn that off there. There. Save it. That should terminate it off. Yeah. Okay, that's off. So if I add that back to there and that one there, would it send the signal through, or because the status is turned off? No. No, because the signal won't be going through the sub. Okay. Let's see. So put that back on. And then go to something to do with the zone. Let's turn that to none. Save it. No, it's just the LFE signal going there. So I've got to put the subrouting back on. There and there and there. Save it. No, it's not on that one, it's on the other one, isn't it? There. Oh yeah, there. Okay, that's routed it back there. It's networking over to, where is it? Can't turn those off because that turns the signal totally off. Yeah. Put that. No. Hang on. Put that 20. Save it. Let's have a look at the SPL meter. So it's 80, 90, about 90. Maybe 80. Ooh. Okay, a little bit lower. Okay. Again. Oops. Again. Okay, pause. So that too. that, and that, and that. Save it. Does the signal go up any higher, or is it still the same? Oh, went up a little higher by a tiny dB. That's interesting. Went up by a tiny dB there. That's interesting. So what's that? So that's a 0 there, and that one's a. See what goes on there. Save it. No difference there. Still about dB. Interesting. Come on. Save it. Play it back again. Set that to none there. That's a none. That's a none. Save it. The level goes up to about 0. And turn those back on. The level goes up 1 dB. Interesting. dB. Let me just check the THX. Have I got any audio limiting going on? No. It's well below the threshold there for the audio limiter. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let that continue. Let that play continue. Because I'm not interested in testing sine wave tone at the present moment. I'm thinking maybe in a moment, you just play a sine wave tone and how it stays stationary, compared to a speaker that's up front, a sub, a speaker, and then you play the sine tone, go through the 20 hertz going upward, and then how it gets to a certain frequency range, sine wave tone, and then it starts to seem like it's moving that way or that way, or a bit forward this way, and then back that way, or up or down. It just, depending on, it just shifts. But when it's like located, like, it doesn't have too much tendency to moving around, like, I suppose, with multitudes around, and they should stay pretty stationary. They should wander or move, maybe just a minimal, and you wouldn't get much. Doesn't sound like I'm getting a frequency dip, because everything's pretty uniform, coming from above, below, sides, back, the front. Speakers located underneath the seats. Yeah. and play it at a very soft level. You don't need it cranked up to 150 dB. It just sound unrealistic. Wouldn't even be the equivalent. Well, be just stupid. Play a stupid game with subs, win a stupid prize, and damage your hearing. And you go look pretty stupid, aren't you? I mean, what do you think the bloody SPL level is of underneath the bloody main engines of a space shuttle? Goodbye, hearing. But it's interesting when you watch those things, they always seem to do the similar signature with the vapor. You know, when the main engines start, and then when the SRB start a few seconds later, and the way it creates, you just watch it and you can see it like a ripple, like shockwave, and then it just pillows into a big vapor cloud. You know that you got close-ups of those what's it in these a Dream Alive or Dream Alive, yeah. That's just sound mixing. Is it actual recordings of partly, and then the rest of it fabricated? You should hear a kind of very sort of movement in the sound in the lows. But it's probably very difficult in a room. Probably on headphones, you probably hear it a little easy. But when it's in a room, things are going to collide. Things are going to overlap. Something bass on this side is going to go over. It's going to travel over to that side quite easily. So it's like trying to put it together very, very steadily. Because the walls in our rooms are not the same as one side of a wall might have different density and such, and bases, is going to have different reaction with it versus the other side. My room has that sort of problem. So does the guy in his 20 sub bass room. He's got that problem. So do you. I should build the walls completely equal. So that when you test the sine wave tone, left to right, of course the center will be tested, but test it left to right, they should be registering on the equipment, the RTA analyzer. They should be the same levels. If one's got a dip, and you think, what's going on? Could it be a fault with the speaker? You can check the amplifier and you can see the signals are going out all equal. And you think, could it be the speaker? Could it be something in the room that's, where the signal is getting weak and then it travels around, it hits the microphone, milliseconds, and you think, what's going on? You got to investigate to see what's going on. And you realise it's something to do with the room, but where the bloody hell is it? Is it occurring somewhere above? Because, where that speaker's located and where it's radiating out into the room. otherwise you test on headphones and the energy is equal. Oh, look at all that! Wow. See, so this would be brilliant. Atmos. You got debris coming from above. You got all these debris, rock and such, but they wouldn't make a sound. They wouldn't be like until they actually land on the submersible, going clonk 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 clonk, boom boom boom. They won't be making sound when they're free falling through the water. Even though if you're pretty near to something and you'd feel a pressure wave or a wave of like, oh, something moving there because there's something just poof falling and it's disturbing the water and such. He looks pretty dead serious, doesn't he? Bloody hell. Whoa. 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 It's pretty neat on the sound effects, the glass going crack, crack, crack across the stage channels, and then all the water coming out one side. Ooh la la. Whoa. Could be improved. But what would an implosion actually feel like? Oh, it's just boom down there, and then just a bubble of water just going. That you would feel a bubble of air movement. Shouldn't be like what SPL level would it be? That's interesting. That's interesting. Let me see. Let's see. What's this? Is this something got some useful data or what's this? Interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is interesting. I think I'll probably go through that when I'm more relaxed. I'll type in a few things there and I get an interesting website with a lot of information. Well, I think it was about that long. Yeah, it was a lot of information data there. I'll probably read through that and see how that could be applicable to this. You know. Hey. Well, you see, they got this movie, The Accountant. I don't know what it's about, but looks like a load of rubbish to me. So I think I'll take a pass on that because I'm not interested in Batman, Ben Affleck, bloody Superman versus bloody whatever the bloody hell that movie was. Bloody terrible Atmos movie it was. Ugh. So you got all this, and you think, oh wow, that would have catered to me if it was 20 years or so ago. Now it would. Well, I'll be watching it, but it's all this wokeness. It's just. Well, I can't watch this. This scene's really just upsetting. It's disturbing. Yeah, this is so your eyes can see in the fluid. Put the air conditioner on again. Oh, you're interested in it? You're interested? Hey. So try some of that, Bear. Get some light system and do it like the Abyss. Do some sort of laser projection. Do some sort of laser projection coming the other way, and then you got to program it. Do all this so that you get the light reflection. You get this light reflection then going on your face. So do it with a bit of smoke, and whoa, it's like going into the Abyss with the aliens. Yeah, the water. That sounded pretty neat in the cinema. The kind of when it did that, it kind of had a effect. Ugh. Wow. Yeah, got to drink something and then do a reenactment of the Abyss. I mean, if you stuff yourself up with too much and liquid, water, whatever, and then eventually it just goes and you just got because you've taken on too much. think end credits now. That's the thing, where music should occur. Should it be going through the surrounds? Unless of course you're doing something very artistic. Otherwise, generally, sometimes it sounds it's similar to what's occurring across the stage channel. So you got to have something changing in the instrumental on the stage channel, and then have it flow and then move around into the surround. So it's like moving outward, away from the stage, and then doing some, some films have that sort of effect. Like most people are not probably into the Matrix as I am. Well, used to be, but if you listen carefully to the Matrix and you hear the sound effect going around the stage and then the surrounds, but you got to have the levels precisely balanced for the playback. Otherwise, most people put in the home theaters wouldn't even notice it. So it's very easy to sort of set up if you want to be very scientific. You get really nitty gritty with the microphone arrays and set them all up so they're near the, so if you've got speakers, they've got, so that's going to go along the tweeter sound or the HF horn through the surrounds, through the mid-range, through the tweeter mid-range drivers. That's where it'll be audible. Won't be much audible on the bass, with a passive crossover filter because it's going to shallow it off. Might just hear a little faint trip, but not because it's a little bit upper high frequency. So you hear this going around, and then it stops and then goes into a 2-channel music, bum ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum, and then into it until then the score track cuts back into with the center, and then the splits and the stereo surround. It's a similar effect, similar in the end credits on the X-Files Fight the Future, where there's a circling kind of moving a sound that's kind of moving around. Only seems that way, but it's not really doing a circle. Or it's not really a circle, it's kind of like that way, and then down that way, and then phantom image, and then you hear it panning over to the other side, unless you got it going for a matrix decoder, ProLogic 2X decoder, and then the sound would then go down the side along the other speaker array, and then onto the other, and then down this way again. Or if you add in a middle speaker with a, because you put a PL2X decoder on the stereo surround, and then the signal, because you'd have a center output, the sound would go across the stage channel and then down and then over to this one, and then this speaker there, and then that, and then round that way, and then it would appear like a full, not a real circle, because a circle is that, and a square is an oblong is like that. So, and all these diagrams you see with these bloody bullshitting things on YouTube, sometimes all these manufacturers showing a circle and a hemisphere and all that bullshit. That's a load of horse shit, really. Sound's not doing that. Even if you take the same setup and stuck it outside in the exact same proportion, it's not doing a hemisphere. That's complete bullshit. Because they're just speaker boxes, just positioned, and they're just sounding. But the sound would be a lot better outdoors than it is indoors. except you've got a noise floor outside that's going to be up there. Indoors, you've got a noise floor that's going to be way down there. I bet I'm going to get a sandwich. I'm listening to Below Surround, the real fucking thing. All you out there with your rubbish home theatres. Oh, God. I don't even pity you. Yeah, my cat's playing Melanie. Here you go. Just playing with an object on the floor. See? Objects on the floor. And if I stand in this position, I hear it down at this angle. It does exist. You're gonna put it under the what's it, and then you won't be able to get to it. Just curiously fascinated. Oh, Bear wants a piece of the action now. You see, he wants a piece of the action. See, Below Surround in this THX cinema, while all of you out there don't have it. Your home theatres are one-dimensional compared to mine. In fact, your own self and your hearing is one-dimensional. You don't even... No, I think even worse than that. Half dimension. You don't even hear bloody mono. All you hear is boom, 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 sub bass, boom. Bloody hell. That's all you lot talk about. Bloody hell. You don't talk about in between, above it, and, you know. You know, I mean, I can instantly not give a damn about any of this. Instantly. What does it do for me? You know? What did it do for the director? Oh, crikey. We got this amount, we got this budget, and we got to make this amount. we got to make the investment back, plus a little bit more for it to be really that good. I mean, doesn't anyone give a damn about Avatar crap anymore? I certainly do not. Not interested. They look like bloody. It looks like bloody Mum's basement running around on the bloody screen. It looks so bloody fake. Doesn't even look lifelike. That's even the first one, so why should I bother with bloody any more of that? Maybe do something different. I don't know why he doesn't do the special edition of The Abyss with Avatar aliens running around on the bloody screen. And a few xenomorphs as well. Yeah. Underwater photography. Oh. Wow. See, I'm different. Everyone that's in their 20s or 30s, 20 years from now, you're going to be a little different. We change. We change every 8 years. We change. I've changed 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know, 5 times. Yeah, we change. Oh. This is just relaxing, meditating, rambling, ranting diarrhea. Where to go? What direction do you go? What direction do you go in outer space? Just stuck here down here. Same bloody deja, bloody vu. Cliche, bloody same bloody thing every day and day out. Sometimes it's a little different, sometimes it's just the same thing every damn, it's real, no, like what? Get out, see the world. No, what do you mean get out, see the world? You mean get out and see the social society? Mostly? Or if you're going out somewhere just to see the world without the social society being around you? Otherwise, what's the point of getting out and seeing the world? See, it's like, why would I travel? Why not travel to say, like, for example, New York? It's not going to be any different than it is going downtown. It's just a different environment, a different culture of social society. It's like, oh wow, I'm seeing the real thing, but it's only personal to me. It's not personal to anyone else, unless, of course, they've been there and they know exactly how what that feels with emotion. Well, that's kind of like Mr. Spock. Live long and prosper. Um, Otherwise, if I go somewhere and I see another beach, just looks a little bit different to a beach round here, but it's still a beach with an ocean. Otherwise, you just look at that's why people do videos showing you around different towns and cities, and they do 4-hour videos, and it's like, oh wow, it's like you're trekking along, and you just, if the screen's a bit more larger, so we'll get closer to it, so it literally, you wrap it sort of thing, so it covers your peripheral vision, and it's like, whoosh, it's like trekking along, that sort of area, location. When you look at it back far from the screen, you can still see the rest of the room. But it's amazing that you can do these things today, because it's just impossible. 200 years ago, people would say, wow, we've been here and we got someone to draw an illustration or a painting, and here's a painting, what it looked like. Before photography was really at its, yeah, because people were kind of like, be amazed. You get a load of people gathered around looking at a painting somewhere that's 1,000 miles away, and will probably never go there ever. Look at the moon. Yeah, how many people have been there? Only a few. Only a tiny few. All the engineers and all those that were behind it, but they never had a chance. They never had the opportunity to go along. Huh. You got to understand, it's very risky. just stuck down here on wall tool. I think I'm going to do a little research into amusement parks, see what things and how they got things set up. I can pretty much have a good guess, but I want to see, like, and then think, could I do something like that, small scale? I mean, the projection mirror sort of holographic thing, that's pretty easy to do. What bothers me at the moment is the TV looks black, dark. The projection screen is white. Now, I can turn the screen brightness all down on this so it just looks black. Now, if I got a video projector that was closer to this screen and then projected onto it, how much detail would I see? Would the black levels, whatever, say outer space, with Starfield, would that display projected at a short distance onto this screen? Because when I look at it in the dark shadows here, I can just see a reflection. But it's the luminance on it is very low level. It's not very bright contrast light actually looking on a reflected actual mirror. If I have an actual mirror and then project onto it, what would that look like? I've never tried it. I haven't tried that. I imagine I'm going to get some sort of light reflection coming back off of it, and it's going to look pretty damn distracting. I was just thinking of if it were all so you got something up there, it's a different material, but it's perforated, so it'll allow the sound to pass through. But it'll be a different material to the other materials because the plastic's going to be would make a bendy sound when you're bending it and such, and another material wouldn't make that sound. It'd be very, very flexible. Where are you going? Oh, felt that. Oh, wow, that was the best sub bass. That was better than 20 sub bass speakers, that was. Wow. That's got a lot of bass in that cat. Wow, I felt that, Joe. Wow, that was the immersiveness. So you go low, 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 low. Musical instruments make certain fundamental frequency sounds. So with the different sub boxes sizes, you might as well just get some performers to come into your home and play the real instruments. It's a lot simpler, and it doesn't cost as much as buying some stupid overrated sub bass box. Seriously, trust me on that. And then you realise your complete speaker system is a load of rubbish because you've got real instruments playing the real thing, real performers, real musicians. It's true. So if I wanted to hire some performers to come around and play some jazz, though I don't like jazz, because you'll only need a few performers and they could be at the front of the room and play. That's it. They do a performance, blah, blah, and they look at them and think, oh, wow, you got it. But I just wanted to hear real instruments. You can hire, but it probably costs a few hundred or so. It's not going to be, it's going to cost a few hundreds or such for their time and performing and such. So you could have something like play something familiar, and there's so many versions of it on YouTube or what. You can compare that playing back over speakers and everything. Bloody hell, the real thing's just like you can't touch it. It's okay with recording, but you can't move around it. Whereas the performers can play, and I can move around, and those instruments are going to have a fidelity sound, or SPL frequency level that's like, poof. You say, could you play it a little softer? So like, yeah. So it doesn't sound like, so if they got a sax, they have to play at a lower level, such. Otherwise, they can play pretty loud, and your fingers are going to be in your ears because the pitch of the loudness. But when you play it on these recordings, and it's like the saxophone or such might be recorded at a certain level, unless it's a solo saxophone on its own and it's recorded in a multiple way, and then you try and get the performance of it to play back with, like, it's interesting. It's interesting. Because you want to say, like, look at the frequency response on the instrument, do a recording, something that could be just about repeatable over and over. You get a recording of it, and then you play it back over the loudspeaker, and I think, does it sound anything near or close? Because the tone pitch is playing on a set. You might play the notes, but probably the amount of air going into probably won't be doing these same SPL frequency, repeatable. You do a recording and you just play that recording back, and it's just going to be the same. But there's something about it that doesn't sound. It's a recording. A piano. Crikey, how the strings are all moving on a piano. When you hear these sometimes recordings like stereo, they suck. It needs to be multiple, so depending on what way. Yeah, that's the tricky thing. You've got to be. You see, if I was analysing things, I would do certain things that most people wouldn't even do. I would want to get into certain positions or angles where most people wouldn't even be thinking of doing that, because I want to analyze it, how it sounds in that position compared to the usual norm position, which seems to be pretty boring, because most people are fucking boring. People fucking are fucking boring around me today. They got no imagination. They just like the same, nah, brainwashed sheep, nah. I mean, I don't like do bungee jumping because I think that's probably a ticket to bloody suicide. I don't want to do skydiving. No fucking way. I don't like heights. I don't want to do anything that's going to seriously cause an injury. But there are people that want to do that until eventually their number runs out and they have an injury. But no, I would get into certain fucking positions where, I'd get underneath the fucking piano and hear how it sounds, like literally underneath. Or suspend myself so I'm above the piano, not just looking over it, but suspended, so I can hear the. So I'm looking down right onto it, and then hearing the strings moving around on that piano. Because then you think, how many bloody microphones would I need to? Well, maybe a few more. To literally, get all that rhythmic details. And then you video it. It's like, what angle do you, so where the angle camera changes, it should change with the sound. So if you got microphones and they're gradually moving and positioning, they'll pitch up. So yeah. So if it's a microphone array, so it literally a microphone there, all side by side, yeah. And you can have it on a rig, so you can tilt it, but that's just an array, one array going horizontal. A piano is so long, so you think, right, you need a literal stereo multi recordable, and then literally just have these microphones literally boom, so that all the information's going up and getting into the recording, and then do a 2-channel mix, do a multi. Or you know what? It's just better to go out and buy the bloody real thing and just play around with it. Which comes to the point, why haven't I fixed my keyboard yet? Because my keyboard's not working. It doesn't work on battery or DC voltage, so either a capacitor has failed or a resistor has failed. I need to open it up and check it with a voltmeter. So it was working months ago. There was no battery corrosion or anything, so yeah, I was kind of curious about that. Because that keyboard was been working for at least 20 years. So it's got to be a component where the voltage is not getting. So it'd be look inside and see where, the terminals go, and then see what component comes first, test that component and see if it's an open circuit. Probably do that maybe next week, maybe when I've got the time. But keyboard, yeah, and I like a piano. It's like all these recordings of organs, play this music, and you look at the whole room and all that, and you think, crikey, how many microphones do you want? I think literally multi, because in this bullshit world of bullshit, right? You'd literally need a bundle of microphones. Bundles. So they got mics literally at the blooming top. So I'd imagine there'll be some, I don't know. Is there air flowing up through those that you would feel? But you might as well just get the bloody real thing and stick it in home, a smaller version. Bored, just bored. Are you bored, Bear? Where are you, Bear? I thought you was in. Oh, you are in there. You stuck it. Oh, you're on top of that. You're sat laying on that subwoofer. Yeah, cats like subwoofers. You like subwoofers? Oh, look at you! Oh, yeah. You look really trendy there. You need some glasses, Bear. You want to wear some glasses, and make you look real cool. Probably likes the bass feel and that. Probably finds it maybe relaxing or maybe irritating. But no, if he was irritated, he wouldn't be sitting on it, laying on it. It's very low level. Probably hardly, if I play it in the playback, I'd probably barely hear it in the video because it goes all kind of sound goes all goes always like that. Load of rubbish. Yeah, this image looks very dotty. All the end credits, look, they got this. I don't know what's botched up on the transfer, but it's all dotty along that Dolby logo, along the horizontal there. It's very dotty. But on the special edition version on the DVD, it doesn't have that issue. So they kind of THX or Vandling or whatever that bloody hell it is that was involved with this blooming transfer. Crying out! I thought they had all the calibrations all. And you should be looking at the transfer thing, the master tape, and then thinking, "Whoa, something not right. We got to do it again. Can't release it like that because the DVD format shouldn't have that issue." And no, not even the Laserdisc special edition. I can't remember what the theatrical one looked like on Laserdisc. I don't think it had that issue. It had other different video artifact issue, but not this. Isn't that like even all there? Bloody hell! See all these dotty dot. Flipping out. You got all this bullshit direct. I sometimes think that they probably looked at a little bit of it and then not the whole lot of it. Otherwise, you think, bloody hell, what's going on? What's going on there? What's going on? I think maybe James Cameron's been spending real too much time in Mum's basement. $2025, 1989, 2025. I need to lose a little bit of weight. Put a bit of weight on, I have. Looks like at least a pound or so in weight. I need to lose it. Sit in a sauna for so many hours, sweat it. Yeah. Burn it off. Burn it off. It's interesting how it gets there, but not around my fingers. Maybe I'll ask someone at the hospital, a doctor, or say, hey, how come, what's the easiest way to, It's interesting, some of the tablets they give you, and it's like it subtracts some of the body fat, sugars or such, and then you just crap it. And you just notice in about a week or so, like, crikey, have I shallowed in weight a little bit? Because normally you got to work it out and sweat it. So if you're doing the tablet and working it out, if I didn't have heart issues too much and I didn't think I'm going to, kill myself. You're very good at doing things, aren't you, Bear? Can you be a keeper? Can you prepare my meal? I mean, I do your service. I do yours. I'm doing your service. Can you do my meal? You go out there and boil some vegetables. See all these fucking AI videos today and cats preparing food and shit. What? Creepy, yeah. I tell you, AI is really eerie. I tell you, I saw a video the other day. It sort of made sense and not make sense because there were certain things like one. I think it's the second-hand home theater guy, and he was sort of saying about like how home theater can be maybe better than a commercial cinema. You got to bear in mind that there's several things like the size of an auditorium. So if you like hearing wide stereo spread, it's going to be in a larger size auditorium. And depending on where you're sat, like still physics, if you're further back here at the back of the auditorium, some of that stereo would probably narrow slightly. But when you get a little bit maybe middle, it seems to go a little wider. And then when you get to the front row only goes to a certain limit distance away from the screen, so many meters away from it. So you get so the front row can get about an acceptable stereo. Otherwise, too close to the center middle, and then the sides of the left and right may not sound very good because of the way the frequency sound is arriving at our ears. And the sound on the center, depending on, and you get a frequency masking effect, and you got to be a bit of distance away from it because it's artificial. Unlike, we don't question reality. You could be surrounded by people in a crowd, and it all multitude of voice going off like that. But when you hear it in a film mix, it's like that on left and right or something. It's like that. It's not all those voices individual and then played back, and then because one, the speaker's facing this way, and a crowd would be like, well, you're all standing, and it's all like, vertical, and the voice sounding mouth, and any other sound, footsteps moving around, shuffling, whatever, body movement, all makes a difference. And there's some elements there, key elements that are just completely missing out of a soundtrack. Maybe I should have been a sound mixer or something, because I got the ear for it, but the technologies and such that are around today are just pitiful. It's like, well, you can multi-record all this and put it onto a digital, something else that's digital, and it's all captured multi-channeled, literally. But they'll only be playbackable to, depending on how you do the mix encoding. But using Dolby technology, not worth it, because it's flawed. DDS or it's all flawed. But then you've got speakers all over the fucking place, haven't you? You won't be able to see the bloody image. and you've got speakers, so they're aiming forward. So a speaker, just like when you're voicing and talking, speakers, ordinary little speakers. You'd have them on something, so speakers can rotate and turn round. So so that's the front of the loudspeaker, and then it turns and rotates and turns the other way. And the voice frequency, timbre frequency matching, it changes. It goes like up like that when it's facing forward, and then when it turns around the opposite way, the pitch would dip down slightly. Or you do that in mixing to make it sound like, but no, it's better to because then the sound is reflecting and moving around in 3 dimension. Almost, I would say, almost 3 dimension. It's like when you look at musicians and when they're playing, that instrument doesn't stay a violin or that doesn't stay absolutely still. It's got a gradual movement while they're moving. So just like a loudspeaker is playing a sine wave tone, and if you monitor it from a distance, such, and then just have it something on it to tilt it and move it slightly, that sine wave tone would be moving a little bit on the RTA. It wouldn't be standing still. It'd just be moving a little because the speaker is gradually moving. See, you don't have to watch Anthony Granani and all his BS on YouTube. See, most YouTubers wouldn't even be saying that or thinking that to say that information. That is what would happen. It would gradually fucking move. And the same with the microphone. Speaker's standing still, and you just move that microphone a little bit. The sine wave is going up and down. Trouble is, most people, they just want to make big tons of money, really. Nothing right. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It's just as long as it's affordable and it applies to everyone. But when it's got stupid big high price tags, that's just sheer greedy. Otherwise, I can go out and do this shit for someone. I'll just ask a little bit, just so I can piss off everyone else that's asking big money. Because you got to give this big money amount. Seriously, how many hours are you going to put in for that? He goes, oh no, they'll make up some bullshit horse shit. Oh, it's a luxury. It's necessary. It's a luxury. No, it's not a luxury. Home theatre is not a luxury. Anyone that thinks it's a luxury has got serious delusion. That's ruffling feathers now to the other video that I saw about whatever it was last week or the week before. Oh, I'm going to ruffle some feathers with this. Oh, that's not ruffling feathers. If you haven't got the balls to say it, then don't bother. The audio industry and that, it is a crooked thing. The hi-fi industry is crooked. Most people know this. If I was out in doing it, I don't know. I don't see the point. I mean, with so much that's around at present, speaker-wise and all that, and is JBL relevant anymore? Well, still is, but is it really at the quality playback sound performance wise, or what it was in the 80s, or with THX in the 80s and 90s? I don't think so. It's like a KF. It's like a bloody KFC version today. You wouldn't find somewhere around today where it's probably still set up to the same spec. But the engineers and all that, they're all retired. So you got to think, blimey, how do you keep it maintained? It's like you got something and you want to keep it maintained. We don't maintain things. We sometimes don't maintain ourselves very well. We slip. we fall into the pit of, yeah. It's like every single fucking Moonraker, fucking Spire Love Me, fucking DVD, THX mastered, flawed. They're complete duds. They don't even fucking play. Unbelievable. I think the other ones do, but they're not mastered THX, but I think they're just released a different year and they probably play. But a Laserdisc, even if it's got a little laser rot on it, crikey, it still manages to play. But bloody hell, you can't even start the damn things up. They just no disc. What? Where does it start reading the disc? Because when you put the thing in, it's got, it could start playing it a little bit, so that's the disc, and that's the, hang on, get my finger right, that's the middle. Whoops, that's the middle there. Does it start at the middle, or does it read it starting it over there and then starts going through the disc and then switches over to the other layer track? When it does the layer track changing, because a laser disc starts from the middle and then works outwards. It's like, can I force the player to start the laser halfway, and would it start picking up the information until it gets somewhere, and then pixels go all over the screen and it freezes up? Yeah, so not very good on THX, George Lucas, or Tom Holman. You suck, because you obviously weren't doing good quality insurance checking on those things. You allowed duds to go out from MGM. Conspiracy on the film studios, so they can still keep it going on a franchise, and scamming and scamming and scamming. And then just make up the most bullshit of excuses. Obviously, they got a bloody major issue with the bloody plan. And they're pumping out all this unbelievable bullshit that doesn't even work. How many bloody units did they pump out? Crikey, it must be about 1 million or so. Or maybe under 1 million. It's like film prints would only have a certain amount of English versions and other ones dubbed, but it's like the same film, but it's pumped out so many but different language versions. I'd have thought with digital sound, with pumping out, they could have something encoded on that signal or something. So you could, like a DVD menu or such, you could switch to a different language to play for, so then they can minimize the amount of prints or such being due or such. Yeah, I don't care. I'm out of the loop. Not been involved in that rubbish in bloody decades. Unlike now, yeah. Wonder if they had the same sort of setup, like so you just switch a language track, so you can take that hard drive thing there, play it in another cinema in another country, and just switch through the language tracks, because it's all been dubbed and encoded. with subtitles as well. I don't think I've ever been to a cinema where I've just seen subtitle. I don't really care, to be honest. Don't really care. Meaningless to me. Maybe not someone else, but it's meaningless to me now. I'm no longer interested. The colour does change on this Transfer of the Abyss. When it gets into the other part of the ant, it does change the tone colour on the blue. So it's a different, like, luminance on the blue there. It's a different luminance. But when it gets into the roll credit, roll it, the tone colour changes. It goes a little, like, not. Has it still got that same dotty thing? Has it got that same dotty issue? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Yeah, it looks okay. Looks okay. Looks okay. It doesn't look like it's got any dotty thing going on there. And then goes into the roll. And yes, it starts going all dotty. Starts having all this other sort of artifact going on. Yeah. Of course, it's not the original, because the original one was theatrical, was a little shorter running time, where they extended it on the home release. They just extended the end credit by cutting the timing or the speed on it. Yeah. I wonder if there's a filter that could go onto that and then kind of de dotty-ize it. What's actually doing that? It's like a line resolution thing. But that would be interlacing horizontally. Can't really put my finger on what that is. Someone knows. Someone knows what probably went wrong. And I don't want Mum's James Cameron basement version, because they changed the THX logo at the bloody end of the movie. Because it's no longer Lucasfilm. Because it's just THX. Oh, God. Yeah, so I'll get a few more subs. I just got to figure this out. I've got to look at the enclosure box, because that enclosure box that I got could be a little less, but because of the way it's designed and the size, the volume size thing of it, because it's for shallow profile to go in some whatever. But they do the same shallow profile things for cinema subs. If a screen is, I don't know why they got an excuse there for it, really. Got this shallow profile, it's quite easy just to use a ordinary still cinema cab box, and it's a lot simple just to move that screen just a little bit forward. That's all. Bloody hell, there's still a considerable distance from the front row seats to the screen. Very weird. I don't know why, but they say, oh, for installations where just bring the screen forward. Otherwise, do those JBL ones that with the shallow profile boxes, or versus the other ones that are a little bit deeper. On my boxes, the cab boxes the same depth, width as the big ones, the 4.6, 48 or something. I think they are the 46, 48s. I'll have to look at that and see if they're the same. I think they'd be a bit margin different because the ports are a little bit wider on the big ones, and I think even though it's a 15 driver, I think it is just a few inches, an inch or two wider. You're okay there, Bear? You're very quiet back there. Very quiet back there, kitty cat. I think Melanie's having a kitty nap. Crikey. Monday, is it? Monday now? Yeah, she's 17 weeks. She's 17 weeks old now. Wow. 3 weeks. Wow. What a game change. What an upgrade. Made a change on the bear. Yeah. At least you're not as depressed as like what you were 3 weeks and a few hours ago. Let me know, you were still depressed until I brought her in. And you absolutely changed, don't you? Instant, like a waving a magic wand. What's Black and Decker got to do with this movie? What's Black and Decker got to do? Black and Decker. I can't recall seeing any Black and Decker. Oh, no, not that Black and Decker. What was that? I need to go to Spexo. Oh, Martin and Decker. Oh, oil bloody. No, I thought that was Black and Decker. Oh, I need to get some sleep. 65mm visual effects. 65mm. Crikey, they could have filmed the whole film in 65mm. Yeah, underwater. So how would that sound if you hit the timpani? Boom, and you had a very large timpani. I mean, how large can you go on a timpani? And then you need bigger, things to, maybe mechanically or something. Boom, very clever sort of thing. Because, really make a large timpani. And what would it be like if you kind of got a very large timpani with a silicon in the middle so you can sit in it? But nah, I don't think it'll work. But what I was getting at is like when Bush hit the timpani, you feel this rhythmic, literally going completely uniform around you. Boom, boom, boom. So I suppose, all right, loads of subs. Or bass shaker. Whatever. So when that boom for that timpani instrument. But yeah. Okay, Bear. Come on, Bear. I'm gonna do some bit more research. Come on, Bear. Yeah. So be more deep sub bass. Part 2 coming soon. Yeah. All right. Whoa. Look at that dot. All that dot stuff moving around on that. Oh, look at that. It's terrible. Mum's basement.